Chicken Jockey! Hello, chat. What is up? Goro and Gundam. Good to see both of you here. It is a pleasure to be here. And yes, you know I had to start with the Chicken Jockey line. And yeah, I know it feels like the Avengers Doomsday cast announcement. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I always, you know, you've noticed this by now, I hope. I start my streams with 10 to 15 minutes of nothing. This time it was closer to 20 minutes because of some technical difficulties. But I always start my streams with a little bit of just nothing. Actual chicken. Indeed. You beat Sans yesterday. Good job! You're a monster! You are a horrible person. The game hates you. Congrats. I only do pacifist. That's fair. I attempted a No Mercy run one time. Well, no, I did get all the way to Sans. Frankly, I'm probably never doing that again. It was miserable. So, I'm doing it for the 5th time now. Yeah, I'm doing it for... God, what would this be? Probably at least my 5th. Hang on. Chat, let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. You must spread dust on the ground. Have fun with that, buddy. Have fun with that. Okay, sorry, this is a detour from what I was planning to do. Stop looking at me like that. Like what? This is a detour from what I was planning to do. I need to show you something real quick. Shadow! You're Shadow Bro! Good to see you, man. How's it going? Not fun fact. My name is Hat, or... Huh! Okay, then. I am doing well, Shadow. I graduated high school yesterday. That is wild. That is genuinely wild. And I'll be honest, the ceremony was 5 hours of my life I'll never get back. When will Ralsei say the Dark World like Minecraft movie? Yo, Sentry entered the chat. I don't know what that means, Goro, and, I don't know about that either, Gundam. Yeah, the ceremony was, a lot of my life was 5 hours I'll never get back, but, you know, it was still cool being there with pomp and circumstance and everything. Okay, chat, look at what I am about to load into this. Shadow Void Sentry. Doing pacifist run for Dark Pacifist. I'm guessing that means the soulless pacifist. Okay, yes, no, seriously, look at that playtime. Look at that playtime. This game takes about 8 hours to beat. Like, even when I was a kid and was really bad at video games, even when I was a kid, I sucked at this game. It still never took me more than like 12 hours to do a full playthrough. Yeah, yeah, Gundam, yeah, that's what most people call soulless pacifist. So, yeah, no, seriously, chat, look at this! Look at this insanity! Look at this absolute madness! This is one of my favorite video games ever made, and did not know that? Yeah, it's not like a super well-known fact, because frankly, that's not one of the most interesting things to talk about in comparison to everything else, but yeah, it's what most people call it when they're talking about it, is soulless pacifist. So yeah, seriously, look at this fucking playtime. I'm insane. I have spent far longer than any human should playing this one game that takes about 8 to 12 hours to beat. You have 64 hours for Undertale? That is a much healthier amount of time to have spent playing it than my, I cannot stress enough, over 200 hours! Almost 250 hours in a game that takes about 8 to 12 to beat. And I've still never played, and I've still never finished a No Mercy route. Your brother has 3 times that for FIFA? Holy shit. That's insane. Okay. So, that being said, I think we have spent more than enough time waffling at this point. So, let us broke out every new— No! I didn't! I've just played the pacifist run a lot! This past live stream, those past 2 streams, that was my first ever time doing a neutral route. That's what's so wild about this. I'm not even sure how I've gotten that many hours. Joshua Anderson, I have 4,000 plus hours in Terraria. That's insane, but also somehow that is less insane. Hang on, sorry. Somehow that's less insane. That's less insane than what I have, because Terraria is one of those endless games. You can play them basically forever. You can play a game like Terraria forever. This is a short indie RPG. Yeah. Like, Minecraft, Terraria, FIFA, games like that are games where it makes sense to have a lot of hours. Especially if you start playing with mods. Undertale does not make sense to be a game that someone has the most hours in. And that is what it is for me. That is the most hours I have in any video game. Except maybe Minecraft, if you count every version of it, because I've played Pocket, back when it was Pocket Edition, I've played Legacy Console, I've played Bedrock, and I've played Java. If you combine all of those, I might have more out. Spent like 4 days building the Baxter building in Minecraft. That is a mood. Alright. Now, finally, after more than enough time waffling about my absolute insanity when it comes to this game, let's play this game. Hey, remember, don't kill— Oh, that's cool! I've never seen that before, because again, that was my that was my first ever neutral run. I didn't realize that I didn't realize that Flowey straight up that Flowey reminds you not to kill anyone after a neutral run. Don't kill anyone. I can't believe this is a real thing I have to remind you. Hee hee hee. Good luck! Recruiter Alex. I have over 6,000 hours in Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 2. That's wild, but again, that's a shooter. That is in the same camp as the sort of game that you can play forever. Again, Undertale is an indie RPG that... Oh, girl, yeah, Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare. I never played it, but I remember when it was big. It's a shooter based on PVZ. Hello, you alright? You must be so lost and confused. Do not be afraid, my child. I am Toriel, caretaker of the ruins. I pass through here every day to see if anyone has fallen down. You are the first human to come here in a long time. I will do my best to protect you during your time here. I shall guide you through the catacombs. The shadow of the ruins looms above, filling you with determination. I love Genocide Route because bosses are hard for once. Honestly valid. Allow me to educate you in the operation of the ruins. Yeah, we've seen a lot of this dialogue before on my previous playthrough, so I'm not gonna... So, I'm not gonna spend, like, a ton of time going over the dialogue. I'm just gonna take a quick glance on it. Spent way too much time on Geno Undyne. Yeah, same. And then I spent so much longer on Sans. I was playing Undertale at 3 AM, playing after doing failed genocide. On Toriel's battle, she tells me she knows about past roots, and dang, that scared me a lot. I have Undertale's Platinum and PlayStation Network. Damn! As a human living in... Platinum is easy. I'll be honest, I don't actually know what it entails. Yeah, so I'm just like, huh, that's cool. Okay. Now, chat. Chat, considering what Flowey said. Huh. Cool. Chat. I think we have to do the funniest thing possible. Chat. I think we have to do the funniest thing possible. Wait, what if we started a No Mercy route? What if, for just the ruins, we do a full-on Geno run, and then we reset? Because Flowey just told us, remember, don't kill anyone. Should I talk or fight monster genocide? I don't No, I don't want to waste that much time on it. But we're gonna do the ruins twice in this stream. Because I really want to see what Flowey's dialogue changes to. If immediately after he says don't kill anyone, you immediately start killing people. No, I'm not doing Genocide Ruins. It would be funny. It would be funny. It would be really interesting to see what Flowey says. But it would just take so long. I'm hoping to finish up the True Pacifist run in just two or maybe 3 streams. Yeah. I want to see what would happen if I'm not gonna... Because I don't want to spend too long in the ruins. Frankly, the ruins get kind of boring after a while. Lazy bones? Yeah, sure. I'll admit that. But I don't want to waste too much time, so instead, I'm just gonna... Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm not going to do full No Mercy, but... Yeah, I'm not gonna do full-on No Mercy, but I'm gonna do that trick that you see Geno speedrunners do a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna do this to try and rack up extra encounters, so that if this does turn into a Geno run... Cinnamon or but wait, do not tell me. Is it cinnamon? Oh, I see. Well, thank you. Bye for now. Yeah. I'm gonna do that Geno speedrun trick so that if I do get a Geno run, we can see what happens without me forcing it. I'm intimidated by Froggett's raw strength, huh? Ralsei jockey! Yeah, I'm doing this up, down, left, right trick to try and to see if a No Mercy run can happen by accident. I doubt that's possible, but I want to see if it is. Hera, Gundam. It's pronounced Kara because it's short for character. It's pronounced Kara because it's short for character. It's not even technically their canon name. It's just their file name. Why did you do that? Goro, I'm not stepping on that landmine. How do you move a ghost with force? But... So, why did I do that? Do what? The up and down trick? You just need to move the last rock? What does that even mean? Napstablook took damage. I didn't know Napstablook could take damage. How are my How are... You just need to move the last... Actually... I genuinely didn't know that. You can just ignore the first two rocks? How? Yeah, ghosts shouldn't take damage, and yet I'm damaging Napstablook. Which shouldn't be possible, and on a neutral route and on any other neutral route, it isn't. The monsters to genocide aren't trying to kill Frisk. They're actually checking on them because Frisk is walking into a wall, hitting it, and then walking in seconds. Yeah, no, you know you can't kill ghosts, right? We're sorta incorporeal and all. I was just lowering my HP because I didn't want to be rude. Sorry. I just made this more awkward. Pretend you beat me. Ooh. How did I lose 1 XP? Okay. Because this is... because this is the weird No Mercy route. Because this is the weird quasi No Mercy route. Hello? Just feel... Because this is the weird quasi No Mercy route. Come on. Because this is the weird sort of No Mercy route, I'm not even bothering with the Spider Bake Sale. Because this, again, is going to be a fake playthrough. I'm not doing this playthrough past the ruins. Bald Muffet. I don't know what either of you just said. I don't know what... I'm not completely sure what you meant by spread dust, and I have Smoke Azrael dust. What the... Yeah, I'm with Goro. What the hell? Alright, yeah, if we can take out the Megasp right away... If we can take out the Megasp immediately, then, yeah. This other guy... No, if we can take out the Moleswall right away, then Megasp isn't gonna go for us. Because while they're alone, they have no cares in the world. Blue switch. That's gonna be this one. Press the red switch. Okay. Luke drew near. Alright then. Please don't pick on me. I am picking on you with my stick. And this is part of why I've never reattempted a No Mercy route. It's boring as hell. Where's the green? It's blue, green, red. Genocide, but you can't get love. Ooh, that would suck. Knife, 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 knife. Oh. Today I found out there are signs telling you to... You didn't know that, Goro? Ooh, that is a big oof. Rise is a butterscotch cinnamon pie. Thought we might celebrate your arrival. Want you to have a nice time living here. How is Undyne related to anything we're saying, Gundam? I mean, she's cool, but... This is it. A room of your own. I hope you like it. Is something burning? Make yourself at home. Okay, once again, I'm not... Oh! In the room with the... In the 4 rooms that are each a reflection of the other, the signs on the wall tell you which switch you're supposed to press. And Goro did not know that those were there. It's you. Genocide Undyne is worse than Sans. I am honestly kind of inclined to agree with that assertion. Sometimes. Okay. I will say that I have beaten Undyne the Undying, I have never beaten Sans. And that is even with spending every free second of class time using the online Sans simulator, because yes, that's a thing, trying to practice the fight. It's me. Already? Yeah. That's Sans. Yeah. But, of course, this has sometimes been a FNAF channel. When I see It's Me, my first thought is Golden Freddy. Right. So, yeah, remember, chat, this is a fake playthrough, which is why we're gonna go kill Goat Mom. And Right. I don't know, chat, if you can see the weird-ass position my hands are in. That's because... Why are you looking like you have seen a ghost? Do you know something that I do not? No. I've killed you once before, Goat Mom, and I think I'm about to do it again. Chaos! Chaos! That message. Yes, Goro. That message. You weren't here for my first stream of this game last week? Or earlier this week, I think? Yeah, you weren't on Sunday. You weren't here for my first stream of this, on Sunday? I saw that message and thought it was cool as hell, because on a previous playthrough, on a previous failed neutral run, I had killed her. Toriel. Yeah, I love Toriel, but now she's about to die. Because knife, 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 knife. And I know I could literally just, as Sans puts it, stand there and take it. I could just stand there and take it, but that would be boring, so I'm not going to. How do you fail neutral? I gave up. Like, it's not that I just... when I say failed, I don't mean that, like, it's not that I ran into some difficult threat, it's just I got bored. Like, the plan was, earlier this year, I wanted to start doing videos that are, like... earlier this year, I was planning to start doing videos that were, like, me just chill, chatting, while I was playing, you get bored too easily? No, because if the plan was specifically that I was going to be playing through the game while I was, as something that I was going to be doing while I was filming videos, and then I didn't end up making any of those videos. I filmed one, and then didn't actually do anything with it. You are stronger than I thought. Listen to me, small one. If you go beyond this door, keep walking as far as you can. Eventually, you will reach an exit. Asgore, do not let Asgore take your soul. His plan cannot be allowed to succeed. Be good, won't you, my child? Oh, wow. And you see, her soul is just there for a little while, before it shatters. Top 2 worst deaths in Undertale. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. Okay, now we get to see what Flowey thinks of this stunt I just pulled. Top 1 is Papyrus. That's fair. I think I prefer Asgore personally. Oh. That is very, very interesting. What does Flowey think of this stunt I just pulled? He doesn't. He explicitly told me not to kill anyone. So when I did, he just ignored me. That is very, very interesting. And now, we're gonna quit the game. And I'm gonna go to BRB for just a moment, so that I can open the game back up without showing you my home screen. Now I'm going back to this for frogs. And now Let's see if Flowey has something to say to me after I just specifically ignored his one simple command. Who kills Papyrus in neutral? Oh, you're kidding! Oh, you're kidding! Flowey just doesn't even show up! Oh, that is very, very interesting. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm just gonna go through this in order. Who kills Papyrus in neutral? People who are playing the video game as a video game. BRB... B-San... VRB Sans the Skeleton. Who kills Papyrus in neutral? Yeah, people who are playing the video game as a video game, and yeah, Toriel is here immediately. Okay, yeah. Now, going into Gremlin hands. Actually, hang on. X and Z work just as well. Okay. Yeah. My dumbass just wrote the same message as Gundam. Oh, that wasn't intentional? I assumed you did that on purpose. I meant who kills Papyrus in general. Fair enough, fair enough. You ran away. Truthfully, that was not a poor choice. It is better to avoid conflict when possible. That, however, is only a dummy. It cannot harm you. It is made of cotton. It has no desire for revenge. Never mind. Stay close to me and I will keep you safe. That's a really fun piece of dialogue that I did not know was there. Artemis, yo, welcome to the chat. It is good to see you. How's it going? Okay. I wonder. So, Flowey just completely ignored me because I did actually start killing someone. Oh, Artemis, what you missed in the first hour of the stream is that So, I am now replaying on a pacifist route, but Flowey showed up and said that... And said, remember, don't kill anyone. It seems funny that I even have to tell you that. Because that was actually my second neutral run in this file. The first one I just gave up halfway through because I got bored. So Flowey showed up and said that, so in response, I started killing everything in my path, because I wanted to see what Flowey's dialogue was, and his response was to not even show up after I killed Toriel, and then not even show up again after I reset. Yeah, so now I am replaying this, finally actually doing the pacifist run, and I really hope that Flowey has dialogue again. Do not the monster. Do not the monster, rah rah rah! Do not the monster, rah rah rah! Do not the monster, do not the monster, do not the monster, rah rah rah! Sorry, I had to. And you're doing well, Artemis? That's good, that's good. Hello? This is Toriel. You have not left this room, have you? There are a few puzzles ahead that I've yet to explain. It would be dangerous to try and solve them yourself. Toriel, I'm scared. Was that in response to my, I am the one? Yep. Artemis knew what I was doing there. I am the monster, rah rah rah. I am the monster, rah rah rah. Excuse me, human. There's one. Goro, I take it you are not an Epic the Musical fan. But Artemis and I, we most certainly are. It is. I love that line about... I love that... Yeah, love Epic the Musical. Yeah, it's so great. And I love that Toriel line about it's like seeing an old friend for the first time. Because that's just such a great description of replaying video games. Seeing an old friend for the first time. That allergies line. I feel like that wasn't there on the neutral runs. Yeah, seriously, this game is so conscious of everything. It's awesome. Whimsum and Moldsmall are both... Gundam was right. Gundam was right. You only have to move the third rock. I did not know that. This monster doesn't seem to have a sense of humor. Oh, I'm real funny. Okay, no, can monsters hear the check dialogue or something? Because that line isn't in... That line wasn't in the previous fight where I didn't check. Heh. Yeah. How are you crying up? Oh, gee. I usually come to the ruins because but today. Yeah, I don't know what to say right now. Yep. Maybe they can hear the check line. I don't think so. Because the check dialogue... What the hell? This is a pacifist run. Why is there only one... Why is there still only 2 frogs? There's supposed to have been a maximum of 3 frogs in... Wait. That first frog must only appear if you've never once skipped through the dialogue, isn't it? And I've been skipping through the dialogue a lot. Voice from above, everyone else just ignores it. Yeah, I guess it's gotta be what it is. They become omnipotent when they check? I don't think so. I don't think... Because it's the narrator. Okay. Yeah, we can just spare both of these two. That's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. Okay, this one I believe asks for red switch. Yeah, red switch. Oh, that, if you can read this, just reminded me of something funny. Back when I was in middle school, at one point, uh, I found out that the school administrators could look at what you did on the Crummy Pads. That's become my new name for the Chromebooks. But the the administrators could look at what you Google searched on the school-issued Crummy Pads. So at one point, I just Googled, "If you're reading this," and then the next thing I Googled was, "I'm gay." So it was, "If you're reading this, I'm gay," because I thought that would be funny. Dora the Explorer fights Goat, regrets, and resets the universe. Yeah, that really is what this is. I've been intentionally skipping through a lot of the dialogue because, I mean, I've seen it all before very, very recently. But there is a little bit that I want to look through. Toriel's small name. Toriel's small chair. Its name is Chariel. Ah, the cactus. Truly the most tsundere of plants. Yeah, fair enough. I skipped through the dialogue too. Like, I normally skip through all the I don't normally skip through dialogue, but I saw most of this dialogue so recently that I skipped through most of it, but there's one sign that I always check. It's you! What a fun, sweet little moment that certainly won't have shocking ramifications down the line that are absolutely heartbreaking. No, not at all. Mucho texto. Insert low quality type black. Alright. Skipping through that dialogue. Yeah, I'm skipping through the dialogue right now. I'm probably not going to skip through as much once we get later. Especially once we get to New Home. I'm not going to skip through any of that dialogue. But, like, this stuff, in addition to the fact that it's probably the part of the game I've seen the most, I literally saw it earlier this stream. Less than half an hour ago. God, I love that line. I love that one line so much. Toriel. Man, attack and defense 80. If she were actually trying, she could obliterate me. You thought about telling Toriel that you saw her die, but that's creepy. Can you show mercy without fighting or running away? Which, yeah, can you show mercy without running away? It's not subtle. I didn't realize that... Earlier I was trying to avoid the attacks. Now I'm not. Because at this point we're at the stage where she's literally refusing to fight us. And even before that, apparently, I didn't know that, if you run into the hand attacks, she will just automatically stop them, which is good to know. Stop it. What is it? You need to spare her like 11 times? 13 times? Stop looking at me that way. Like what way? Like I've killed you twice? I'm not going to run away, and I'm not going to fight you. If you want to stop me going through here, then either we will be locked here forever, or you will have to kill me. And if you do... I know you want to go home, but please, go upstairs now. I promise I will take good care of you here. I know we do not have much, but we can have a good life here. Why are you making this so difficult? Please, go upstairs. Yeah, it hurts. So sad. So sweet and so sad. No, I understand. You would just be unhappy trapped down here. What happens if you stay with Toriel for a long time? As far as I'm aware, nothing. Like, I think I assume there's probably some extra dialogue you could get, but A, this game doesn't have any kind of time. This game does not understand time. This game doesn't have an understanding of time, so I really don't think anything would happen if you did just try to stay in New Home, or in Old Home, rather. You truly wish to leave the ruins? I will not stop you. However, when you leave, please do not come back. I hope you understand. Goodbye, Godmom. Goodbye, my child. Artemis... Look at us and ponder the question, what if? Or explore the possibilities and ponder the question of what if. Now, okay, here's the real question. We have now completely ignored what Flowey told us to do. And then he ignored us. Now that we're back, what if Captain Carter hurt her finger? Oh, that's annoying. You know what? Screw it. I am looking this up. Dialogue. There's so much effort into this game, I thought maybe there was extra dialogue for staying. I don't think there is. Uh, damn. Okay. I was trying to find the dialogue that should be here if I hadn't ignored what Flowey said. That's annoying. There's a chance that after either this stream or after I finish the game, I spend some time screwing around with Flowey's time machine to try to create that. There's a chance that I spend a bit of time screwing around to try and get into that situation. But yeah, we'll see. Because that's annoying. I wish Flowey had come back after I had gone back to doing what he said. Because the reason he's not there is because he said to not kill anyone and then I killed someone. Human. Hold with a cushion in the hand trick. Wait a sec. Have you heard it before or something? Turn around before I said to. Weird. Whatever. You're a human, right? I'm saying. Sans the skeleton. You know. Yeah. Again, I'm skipping through this dialogue. You know what, brother? You still haven't recalibrated your puzzles. I want everything to be ready. Then I must capture a human! This is my boondoggle. I've gotten a ton of work to do. A skeleton. Also, he's a skeleton, and unlike you, I don't think he's capable of making facial features. He just looks like he's smiling. Always. That's just what his face looks like. What do you play Undertale on? PC. Always PC. PC Master Race. Actually, hey. Hang on. You'll be up ahead, Sans? The convenience of that. Goro, that is your one joke, isn't it? Okay. We are putting the spider donut and the butts pie into the box. Snowdrake flutters forth. This teen comedian fights to keep a captive audience. Ice puns are... Hang on. I didn't get what either of you said, because I was trying to look at what he said, and I was trying to look at what you said, Goro. And loss. Make a bad ice pun. That's supposed to be funny? Snowdrake is smiling at its own bad joke. Oh, the comic. Yes! I unfortunately know about that. See? Laughs. Dad was wrong. Snowdrake is pleased with the cool joke. Yep. Yeah, I know about that one. I have had fun torturing my friends with that one. Sans! Oh my god, is that a human? It looks so familiar! Because I've gotten here before. I think it looks familiar. Because it's a rock? Oh. Hey, what's that in front of the rock? Oh my god! Is that a human? Yes. Oh my god! Sans and Papyrus are both silly in their own ways. Yes, absolutely. They are both hilarious, and I love them. I'll be so popular! I'll get so hyperlink blocked. Human, you shall not pass through this area. I, the Great Papyrus, will stop you. I will then capture you. You will be delivered to the capital. Then, I'm not sure what's next. In any case, continue. Only if you dare. Well, that one fell. Don't sweat it, kid. I'll keep an eye socket out for you. Ice Cap struts into view. This teen wonders why it isn't named Ice Hat. Yeah! And Gundam, you're back! Awesome, good to see you! Yeah, as I've said before, no worries about ducking out. I get it. Here comes that new clothes smell. My hat's too loud for me to hear you. Yeah. Don't worry about if you have to duck out, I get it. Especially once these streams get super long. Kris, is that a shadow crystal? No. No, I think it's a rock. This guy can sometimes be so angsty on neutral routes, because if you kill all the dogs except him, he thinks all of his friends are pranking him by not moving, which is so sad. Easily excited by movement. Hobbies include squirrels! OMG. Yeah, it's sad. It's real sad. You pet doggo. What? I've been pet. Pet, pat, pat, what? Pot, pot? Doggo has been pat. This is something pet me. Something that isn't moving. I'm gonna need some dog treats for this. Frisk, what the hell? Because they pet dog? blue stop signs, because that makes sense. That is incredibly sad. The dogs are so hard to kill. I try when I... Yeah, that's real. That's real. Yeah. I'm getting the snow piece. I don't know if I'll actually end up doing anything with it because I'm not getting a neutral ending here. Like that. That's human. Do we know this person? Do you not know who you know? Of course I know who I know. I wanted to know if you know. I know who I know as much as I know who I know. You know? Oh, speak of the devil. In order to stop you, my brother and I have created some puzzles. I think you will find this one quite shocking. For you see, this is the invisible electricity maze. When you touch the walls of this maze, this orb will administer a hearty zap. Sound like fun? Because the amount of fun you will probably have is actually rather small, I think. Okay, you can go ahead now. Sans, what did you do? I think the human has to hold the orb. Oh, okay. I love Papyrus. I love Papyrus so much. Hold this, please. Okay, try now. Alright, no dialogue for bumping into the wall, it looks like. Incredible! You slipper snail! You solved it easily. Too easily! However, the next puzzle will not be easy. It's designed by my brother, Sans. You will surely be confounded. I know I am. Yeah! Yeah, Papyrus is awesome. Hey, by the way, did you see... Frozen treat that warms your heart. Always try ball game. I don't think it's actually, like, useful. Like, it barely gets you anything other than a little bit of gold. But it's fun. You know? Purple, again. That's what I got last time. When you felt trapped, you took notes and achieved the end of ball. Snow something hadron. Human! I hope you're ready for... Sans! Where's the puzzle? It's right there. On the ground. Trust me. There's no way they're getting past... Yeah, the ball game is fun. You know what else is purple? Who else is purple, rather? Moffat? Sans, they didn't even look at it. Whoops. Knew I should have used it as crossword instead. What? Crossword? Can't believe you said that. In my opinion, Junior Jumble is easily the hardest. Grimace? Are you talking about Grimace? Why did I jump? Why did I jump to Grimace before I jumped to Five Nights at Freddy's? Okay, so the jumble is harder, but I said that last time, and I want to see the dialogue for crossword. You two are weird. Crosswords are so easy. It's the same solution every time. Just fill in all the boxes with the letter Z. Because every time I look at a crossword, all I can do is snore. Yeah. He's the man behind the ball game. Iris finds difficulty in interesting places. Yesterday he got stumped trying to solve the horoscope. You remind me of the... Do I even want to know what that means? Lesser dog appears. Pet. Pet, pet, pot, pet. wields a stone dagger made of pomegranate. Tiny bark. Where Maria says, want a hamburger. I have not seen that. Okay. So, I know that I could stop here, but Lesser Dog's attacks are really easy. And this is a fun encounter if you let it be. Pant! Pant! Lesser Dog is barking excitedly. Pet the dog. It was a good dog. Dog is good. Lesser Dog is overstimulated. Pet the dog. Its excitement knows no bounds. Excited noises. Ah, damn. Got hit by the annoying dog. Critical pet! Doggy excitement increased. You have to jump up to pet the dog. Motor revving. You don't even pet it. It gets more excited. Plane takeoff. Lesser Dog shows no signs of stopping. There is no way to stop this madness. Kettle whistle. Lesser Dog enters the realm of clouds. Lesser Dog shows no signs of stopping. You call the dog, but it's too late. It cannot hear you. Far away bark. Doggy the Lesser. Just like Ajax the Lesser. Indeed. And little doggo will stay back. And little doggo will not go. Yes! Doggy Smoker will lead the charge. Chat. 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 I think this fight's getting interrupted for something hilarious. Chat. Chat, hear me out. Okay, so... full speed ahead lyrics. No, that's not it. The boy and the in. Okay. Alright, so Diomedes will lead the charge. Agamemnon will flank the guards. Menelaus will get our mates through the gates to take the whole city at large. Ursur will shoot any ambush attack, and little Ajax will stay back. Nestor, secure Helen and protect her. Neo, avenge your father. Kill the brothers of Hector. Okay. Although in mythology, Ajax the Letter doesn't actually stay back, but does some take the whole city at large. Neo, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Yes, sir! Okay, Goro. This is a section from the opening number of Epic the Musical. Called The Boy and the Infant. Oh, good. Okay. Alright, so now... Hot doggo. Lesser dog. Dogamy. Doggeressa. Greater dog. Okay. Yes, we are, Goro, we are indoctrinating you into Epic the Musical. So... Hot Doggo will lead the charge. Hot Doggo will lead the charge. Nope. Diomedes will lead the charge. Dogamy will lead the charge. Yes, Dogamy will lead the charge. Dogamy will lead the charge. The pot doggo will flank the guards. Menelaus. Doggeressa will get our mates through the gates and take the whole city at large. Dogamedes. Yes! 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 Dogamedes will lead the charge. The pot doggo will flank the guards. Doggeressa will get our mates through the gates to take the whole city at large. Okay. We've used, and little doggo will not go. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm not, aside from little doggo, I'm not doing anything with this aside from names. So, used, aside from how many syllables they have. So, greater dog is the only one left. Which means that we need to start including the other members of the Royal Guard. Annoying dog. Guard 01. Guard 02. O2, sir. O2 will shoot any ambush attack and little doggo will not go. Nestor, secure Helen and protect her. Okay, Nestor, secure Helen and protect her. That's the rhyme there. So whatever we do, we need to somehow make that work. O2 will shoot any ambush attack and little doggo will not go. Wait, 2, sir, will shoot any ambush attacker. Wait. 2, sir, will shoot any ambush attack and little Ajax will stay back. Nestor, secure Helen and protect her. Neo, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. So, okay. Nectar, protect her, Hector. Those 3 still have to rhyme. Okay. Nestor, 01. I could do something with 01. 01, secure Helen. We'll figure out later who Helen is. 01, secure Helen, and... Shane is cool! What's up? Good to see you! We are doing probably the most unhinged thing I have ever done in my life. We are and that's saying something. Shane, you know that's saying something. We are doing the most unhinged thing I've ever done in my life. We are trying to turn the lyrics. We're trying to turn the. We're trying to turn the lyrics of Epic the Musical's opening number, The Boy and the Infant, into the Undertale Royal Guard. It's insane. Again, most unhinged shit I've ever done. Okay, 01, secure Helen. I've tried to make 6. How is... I still say that's less unhinged than what we're doing right now. Yes, Shane, this is crazy. Secure Helen. Oh, secure Helen without a gun. 01, secure Helen without a gun. 01, secure Helen without a gun. No, that does not scan. I'm not sure why, but that does not scan. 01, secure Helen and protect her. Protect her. Goro, you're still gonna be just as lost. We're still doing the same unhinged shit. 01, secure Helen. Oh, secure Tori, secure Dreamer. That's fair, that's fair. Secure 01, secure Dreamer, What do we use as the rhyme here? Rhymes with 1. Secure Helen. Secure Dreamer. Secure Dreamer. 01, secure Dreamer and keep his son. Yes! Yes, that's it! Nestor, secure Helen and protect her. 01, secure Dreamer and keep his son. It doesn't scan perfectly, but it is good the fuck enough. Kris, I don't know, but not in this section. And I'm literally just doing this section. Okay, Neo. Wait. Oh, Neo, yeah. Wait. Wait. Shit, what? Pyrrhus. Goro, that's fair. That's fair. Peace out. Wait. Hang on. Is this same Neo / Pyrrhus the same one for whom the Pyrrhic victory is named? Okay. Dogamedes will lead the charge. Annoying dog will flank... The annoying doggo will flank the guard. Dogamedes will lead the charge. Annoying doggo will flank the guards. Okay, hang on. What was that line originally? Agamemnon. Annoying doggo will flank the Dogamedes will lead the charge. Annoying doggo will flank the guards. Toby doggo will flank the and the Toby dog will and Toby's dog. Okay, Dogamedes will lead the charge. Annoying doggo will flank the guards. Dogaresso will get our maid through the whole city at large. O2 will shot any ambush attack. That's not the line, is it? That can't be the line. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. O2 will shoot any ambush attack, and little doggo will not go. O1, secure Dreamer and keep his son. Neo, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Okay, I need one more rhyme with one before I figure out, Alright. Okay, this just leaves, hot dog. So, yeah, because we use doggo in multiple different situations, we have to use hot dog to mean doggo. Okay. Hot dog, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Avenge your father. Hot dog. Hot dog, see the move. Hot dog, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. You see the movement? Hot dog, you see the movement? You see the move. Kill when they run. Hot dog, you see the movement, kill the brothers of Hector. 7. Okay. Kill the fighters. So Achilles had a lavender marriage with a woman named Diadmia. I'm gonna go with that, Diadmia. So during this time, Achilles was cross-dressing as a woman and went by a female I would love to explain further, but that's a different side tangent. Oh boy! So anyway, Diadmia had a kid with Achilles, and Achilles had... Okay. Hot dog, you see the movement, kill the fighters when they run. Avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Brothers, fighters. Kill the fighters of Hector. That works. Kill the... It doesn't scan perfectly. But listen to this unhinged insanity. Us, the 3 live viewers who are still here, and I haven't scared off with this. Doggomedes will lead the charge, annoying Doggo will flank the guards, Doggoressa will get our mates through the gates to take the whole city at large, O2 will shoot any ambush attack, and little Doggo will not go, O1 secure Dreamer and keep his son, Pot Doggo you see the movement, kill the fighters when they run. Yes! Okay! Yes! This is the most unhinged thing I have ever done. Doggomedes will lead the charge, annoying Doggo will flank the guards, Doggoressa will get our mates through the gates to take the whole city at large, O2 will shoot any ambush attack and little Doggo will not go, O1 secure Dreamer and keep his son, Pot Dog you see the movement, kill the fighters when they run. Why does that actually scan pretty well though? Okay. Now we are finally going back to the game. You can reach Lesser Dog again. Bark. Lesser Dog shows no signs of stopping. You pet Lesser Dog. Lesser Dog is lowering. You pet Lesser Dog. Okay. Achilles had already been taken away to Troy by Odysseus and Diomedes. Anyway, the feminine name Achilles whom took was Pyrrha, and named her son... Okay then, but gave him the nickname Pyrrhus as a thing to his father. Also, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I am glad you liked it. Pet. Lesser dog is lowering. You pet lesser dog. There's a non-zero chance that something like that is my short for this week or next week. Because, yeah, tomorrow's Saturday. I hope you didn't mind the random side ramble. I hope you didn't mind the random side ramble. Again, most unhinged shit I have ever done. Pant. Lesser dog is lowering. It's possible that you may have a problem. Yeah, that's fair. Lesser dog is still lowering. I'm doing this as long as it goes. But yeah, no, I love the random side ramble. I did quite literally ask for it, but you still didn't answer my question. Is this same Neo who secures Helen and who avenges his father and kills the brothers of Hector, but also the one for whom a Pyrrhic victory is named? Lesser dog is learning to read. Lesser dog is unpettable but appreciates the attempt. Lesser dog is whining because it can't see you. Okay. Okay. I think that's as far as I'm willing to go. There's a non-zero chance that I expand on that a little bit, and I do something with it for tomorrow's short. If you're a smell, identify your smell. Here's that weird smell. It makes me want to eliminate. Eliminate you! Doggy assault you. The dogs keep shifting their axes to protect each other. And Doggeressa... This puppy finds her hubby lovely. Smells only. Take my life, please. Don't actually. Okay. The dogs keep shifting their axes to protect each other. You roll around in the dirt. Actually, Pyrrhic victory came from the king of Epirus, who won 2 major battles against the Roman Empire in the 3rd century CE. So, okay, the names aren't related at all? So that Neo in The Horse and the Infant, his name is not at all related. Well, names might be related, I don't know, but, like... Uh, that king's name was Paris, so maybe named after the figure in Greek mythology? That would make sense. But it's like... Can pet other dogs? New world has opened up for us. Thanks, weird puppy. I'm not sure since Neapolitus is not considered honorable for the things he did. Okay, so in other words, the Pyrrhic victory was not named for Neo? Neapolitamus. Wait, I doubt it. But is Neapolitan ice cream named for him? Or are the names at least connected in some way? And, more importantly, is there any left for me? Really? Wowie. No one's ever enjoyed my cooking before. He sacrificed a Trojan princess on his... My god! Well then, friend, we'll make you all the pasta you could ever want. Yeah. Oh, that funny little story reminds me of something. So you know Mary Shelley. I'm not sure about the Neapolitan ice cream. Yeah, I doubt there's a connection. So, yeah, you know about Mary Shelley? Did you know this fun fact? Okay, I'm still gonna say it for the benefit of anyone else watching at home. Mary Shelley, author of Frankenstein, lost her virginity sleeping with Peter Shelley on her late mother's grave, which might be the most badass thing I have ever heard. Yeah, Mary Shelley is so cool. I wonder if that line is different if you haven't already, or if this is your first playthrough. Hey, it's the human. You're gonna love this puzzle. It was made by the great Dr. Alphys. Mary Shelley and Mary Wollstonecraft are both icons. I don't think I know who Mary Wollstonecraft is. Unless that's just her maiden name. If that's not her... if that's not just her maiden name, if that's not just her maiden name, then tell me what the deal is with Mary Wollstonecraft. Mary Wollstonecraft... Ah, okay. So in other words, Mary Wollstonecraft is the woman on the grave of whom, Mary Shelley lost her virginity. Huh. That's open heavens. Cool. Knowing that the dog will never give up fills you with determination. Okay, so last time I was here... Okay, so why? Huh. A dog just rushed in here, filled with inspiration. Kept getting more excited about the sculpture. Wait! Holy crap! The dog that was trying and failing to think of anything creative to do in my first playthrough, was that lesser dog? That's... That's awesome, actually. Aware of dog. Please pet dog. Dog pet. Dog pet good. Lesser Ajax in dog form. Indeed. Hang on. I'm trying to remember something. Did I even put... Sorry, I know we shouldn't do this rabbit hole again, but that was so fun. It was indeed, and... Hang on. Annoying doggo. Annoying doggo. Agamemnon. Agamemnon will flank the guards. Sorry, that fits better. It scans better and doesn't have to bring an annoying dog who is not actually a member of the guard. Dogamedes will lead the charge. Greater Doggo will flank the guards. Dogaresso will get our mate through the gates to take the whole city at large. O2 will shoot any ambush attack, and Little Doggo will not go. O1 secure Dreamer and keep his son. Pot Dog, you see the movement, kill the fighters when they run. Yeah, it makes more sense to have Greater Dog there instead of Annoying Dog. Now back to the game. And amazing. Thank you. I'm glad you like. Screw it. I didn't do whatever this is down here last time, but I'm skipping through so much that I'm gonna try it. What's up? Say, are you following me? Are you following me? Gift Rot confronts you. Some teens decorated it as a prank. Leave me alone. Gift Rot distrusts your youthful demeanor. You remove the lenticular bookmark of a smug teen winking. That's a little better. Gift Rot is slightly less irritated. You remove a stocking filled with chicken nuggets. Why is the annoying dog up there? Gift Rot is slightly less irritated. You remove a small, confused dog. A weight has been lifted. Gift Rot's problems have been taken away. Too bad Ajax the Great committed suicide over... I'm sorry! Fucking what? It's the Deltarune. And this is like a weird waterfall? Huh. It's a door. Indeed it is. Huh. Huh. I thought I remembered there being something here, other than just a door that won't open. Wasn't there like a really tough monster here or something? For context, he didn't commit because he was sad he lost, but because he got so angry, he killed a flock of sheep and killed him. Huh. Hmm. That... Huh. Woof. So anyway, yeah, fun. Speaking of, uh, Ajax the Greater may have killed himself, but Doggo the Greater is fun. It's the greater dog. Attack and defense. It's just so excited that it thinks fighting is play. Greater dog is watching you intently. You called the greater dog. It bounds over to you, flicking slobber into your face. Greater dog is seeking affection. Yay, I'm so glad Doggo the Greater is fine. Indeed. Greater dog curls up in your lap as it is pet by you. Gets so comfortable it falls asleep. Then it wakes up! It's so excited! Greater dog is patting the ground with its front paws. Greater dog's excitement is creating a power field that prevents petting. Right, now it's excited. It's patting the ground with its front paws, so now we play. You make a snowball and throw it for the dog to fetch. It splats on the ground. Greater dog picks up all the snow in the area and brings it to you. Now dog is very tired. It rests its head on you. Come on. Greater dog wants some TLC. As you pet the dog, it sinks its entire weight into you. Your movement's slow, but you still haven't pet enough. Pet capacity is 40%. Pet capacity reaches 100%. The dog flops over with its legs hanging in the air. Greater dog is contented. Spare. How does Greater Doggo's mech suit work? How does that suit work? Okay, this is where we get to a potentially really interesting moment. Because Flowey ignored us earlier, and this is one of the moments where Flowey should have appeared. Human, this is your final and most dangerous challenge. Behold, the Gauntlet of Deadly Terror! When I say the word, it will fully activate. Cannons will fire, spikes will swing, blades will slice. Each part will swing violently up and down. Only the tiniest chance of victory will remain. Are you ready? Because I am about to do it! Why is the annoying dog there? Well, what's the hold up? Hold up! Hold up! I'm activated now! I'm guessing it doesn't work. I think that's the bit. That, doesn't look very activated. Well, this challenge, it seems, maybe, too easy to defeat the human with. Yeah, we can't use this one. I have a skeleton with standards. My puzzles are very fair, and my traps are expertly cooked. But this method is too direct, no class at all. Away it goes. Phew. What are you looking at? This was another decisive victory for Papyrus. Yeah. Heh. Heh. God, I love Papyrus. I don't know what the bro's going to do now. How are you? Make sure I understood blue attacks. Interesting that he uses dark blue. Okay, now we pay attention. So Flowey is still keeping an eye on us. Yes, Papyrus is awesome and I love him. Okay. Now, I am gonna go to BRB for a second because I gotta run to the bathroom real fast. Hi, chat, I'm back. Good to see y'all again. Yep. Sorry about the break. And Artemis, you're the only one in chat. It's fine. Give me all the Greek mythology tangents you want. It gives us something to talk about. Okay. No point buying the tough glove. No point buying the bandana. I'm gonna get a better one. I'm gonna get a better piece of armor soon. I think the bicycle is the way to go. I'm just gonna skip past all of this because it doesn't really matter. We saw it all on the previous playthrough. If you weren't there for it during the lives, you can go back and check the VOD if you really want it. I have footage of all of it, it's fine. Human, allow me to tell you about some complex feelings. Somehow, I feel like you're an old friend, even though I've never actually met you before. I can't explain why I feel this way. Did I meet you online? I have many social media connections. It's hard to keep track of them all. Just a dozen more, and I'll finally reach double digits. Hey, wait a second. You can't be my friend. You're human. I can't believe you almost tricked me into not defeating you. Whoopsie doopsie. Huh. I have... Can I tell you how Ajax the Lesser died? Sure, just let me finish this thought first. I have never seen that piece of dialogue before. Huh. That is completely different from basically every other variation of his of Papyrus's interactions. Anyway, yeah, Artemis, go ahead. Go ahead, tell me how Ajax the Lesser died. So, wait, no, I think the monsters can hear the Czech dialogue. Flirting? So you reveal your ultimate feelings. Well, I can make spaghetti. Oh no, you're meeting all my standards. I guess that means I have to go on a date with you. Let's date later, after I capture you. Virus is thinking to wear first. So you won't fight. Then, let's see if you can handle my fabled blow attack. I'm blue now. That's your attack. Yeah. I wonder what I should wear. There's dabs some bone cologne behind what ear? Yeah. Look at this. Years since the last time I fought Sans, and I still have it on muscle memory to move in slight circle formations to dodge the bones. That is how much the Sans fight ingrained in me. I'll get so hyperlink blocked. Before I write this, keep in mind Greek mythology is not PG. Basically during this, just the Lesser essayed Cassandra de Immortalis, and let me guess, she was shouting to people about that, and no one would believe her. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, even if it weren't specifically her deal, or that she says things and people don't believe her, I feel like that would still happen anyway, because that's just what it was like. I mean, frankly, that's still kind of what people are like. Yeah. Yeah. Artemis, just... I understand that if that Greek mythology is not PG, just please try to keep how you describe it as PG as possible, or at least PG-13. So that my channel doesn't get blocked. Because if you legitimately talked about... Because if you legitimately... Papyrus prepares a non-bone attack and then spends a minute fixing his mistake. That's a new line. Athena wanted to punish Ajax the Lesser for his actions because Athena has favorites and least favorites. She loves Odysseus, Diomedes, and Achilles and hates Ajax for good reasons. Yeah, that's fair. Will anyone like me as sincerely as you? Huh. I'm doing surprisingly well at this fight. Virus is trying hard to play it cool. And dating might be kind of hard. Virus is preparing a bone attack after you're captured and sent away. Damn it. Just barely. Papyrus is rattling his bones. Who cares? Give up! Never! Well, okay, after three tries I will, but... Papyrus is trying hard to play it cool. Give up or face my special attack. Athena sent... I'll check that after this attack. And Athena sent a storm with intent to kill him on his return home. He was waged up and Poseidon ultimately killed him. Washed up, I meant. He was washed up and Poseidon ultimately killed him. That sounds a weird amount like Odysseus, right? Like, on his way home, hit by a storm, hit by a divine intervention storm, and died because, or in Odie's case, nearly died because of Poseidon. Yeah, very soon I will use my special attack. Papyrus is rattling his bones. Yeah, it is weirdly similar. Ooh. Papyrus prepares a non-bone attack and then spends a minute fixing his mistake. This is your last chance before my special attack! Papyrus is preparing a bone attack. Behold, my special attack! Doggo! That's my special attack! Hey, you stupid dog! Do you hear me? Stop munching on that bone! Only Ajax died, Odysseus, didn't. It's funny Poseidon went after yeah, Odysseus didn't die. It's funny Poseidon went after so many Greeks on their way home, even though he was... Yeah? Hey, what are you doing? Come back here with my special attack! Oh well, I'll just use a really cool regular attack. Here's an absolutely normal attack. Oh, you're too weak. I was easily able to capture you. We'll now send you to the capture zone, or Sans calls it, our garage. You're in the doghouse now. Yeah. Can I go ahead? Also, so you know Die Hard. Hear me out. Hear me out. Odysseus saying yippee-ki-yay, motherfuckers. Suppose this proves what I said. We really are bound together. Two bones in the skeletal anatomy of fate. That's how you appear here now. Even though it's very impossible for you to escape. Amazing! I feel a sincere... Wait a second! I still have to capture you! Oopsie-doopsie! Oh. Yeah, so, and specifically, I think about... Yeah, Artemis, go ahead and prepare what you're saying about Poseidon being on the Greek side. But, yeah, so... but, yeah, so... You remember how... In... You remember how... Near the end... In... Oh, God. Penelope's song... Where... I don't remember what it's called. But Penelope's song... At the start of the Ithaca saga... That song involves her at one point seeing a giant storm and thinking, wait, what if that's Odie? Which has a very similar energy to how in Die Hard, Holly Gennaro / Holly McClane sees someone incredibly pissed off and is delighted because only John McClane could make someone that mad. Which is so sweet, and that is the vibe that I get from only Odie could make something like that happen. Now, okay. So Poseidon and Apollo at some point were plotting against Zeus to overthrow him. Zeus heard of this and decided to punish both of them by making them build the wall of Troy with no reparations for at some point were plotting against Zeus to overthrow him. Zeus heard of this and decided to punish... Huh. Papyrus realizes he doesn't have ears. Papyrus is considering his options. Someone like you is really rare. God damn. I may have cleverly escaped from jail before, but this time, I've upgraded the facilities! Not only will you be trapped, but you won't even want to leave! Yeah! I'm in the doghouse now, and it is exactly the same and just as easy to escape. Love chatting with you about Greek mythology while playing, uh, uh, with no reparation for their labor. This happened under the rule of Laomedon, who was the king of Troy at the time. He was the king before Priam. Anyway, Poseidon was mad at Troy as he felt he wasn't. Huh. So Poseidon and Apollo plotted to overthrow Zeus. Papyrus and Apollo plotted to overthrow Zeus, and that's why Poseidon was on the Greek side. Because he was really mad about being forced to help build a giant wall for the Trojans. That honestly kind of explains why, despite being on the Greek side, he was seemingly so aggressive toward the Greeks on their way home. I bet you're wondering why wasn't Apollo also on the Greek side, since, Apollo was on the Trojan side. I'll be honest, I actually know almost nothing about the Trojan War. Like, I understand the highlights, but I don't know which gods were on which side. My history teacher didn't talk about that too much. I sort of, I know I've heard it, but I can never remember which gods were on which side. So, I only vaguely know the story about the Trojan War. But, yeah, you can explain that. Go ahead. I know a significant amount about the Trojan War. Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I am sure. Lots of admirers, but... I got so close to the awesome-ass final attack. And I doubt I'm gonna get there again. Oh well, not that big a deal. Yeah, okay. You are persistent. I am the persistent... Huh. I swear I just heard... Oh, I just heard the sans talk sound for just a second. Huh. Weird. Oh, I do know that one little tidbit from where, I finally realized you just... Honestly, I'm getting really tired of capturing you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're actually gonna pay attention to what comes next because we didn't do the date on the previous playthrough. Yoo-hoo-hoo. I can't even stop someone as weak as you. But, what I was saying, I do know that little tidbit where Zeus says, "Oh, Aphrodite, you shouldn't be in the fight," even though she's a fucking war goddess. Which was, something social messaging or something. Something. That's gonna be I'll never join the Royal Garden. My friend quantity will remain stagnant. I'm tempted to say what a loser, but I can't quick save. So I'm gonna say let's be friends. Really? You want to be friends with me? Well then, I guess I can make allowance for you. Wowie, we haven't even had our first date, and I've already managed to hit the friend zone. Who knew that all I needed to make pals was to give people awful puzzles and then... How? Dude, you recognize that your puzzles are awful? You told me a lot, human. I hereby grant you permission to pass through, and I'll give you directions to the surface, and you forward until you reach the end of the cavern. Then, when you reach the capital, cross the barrier. That's the magical seal trapping us all underground. Thing can enter through it, but nothing can exit. Except someone with a powerful soul, like you! That's why the king wants to acquire a human. He wants to open the barrier with soul power. Then us monsters can return to the surface. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Reach the exit, you will have to pass through the king's castle. Yes. Well, he's a big fussy pushover! Okay. So Apollo being on the Trojan side is actually a key element to the Iliad, because the reason is that Agamemnon stole Chrysea's daughter. Chryseis was a priestess of Apollo, and he was mad about that. Okay then. He loves that guy. I am certain if you just say, "Excuse me, Mr. Dreamer, can I please go home?" He prayed to Apollo and sent a plague upon the Greeks. Can I please go home? Alright. Now, Artemis, I'm gonna interrupt your awesome ancient Greek tangents for just a moment, because I don't want to be distracted by them while we're doing the date sequence. And Apollo did send a plague and got very mad at the Greeks and fought for the Trojans. So you came back to have a date with me. Must be really serious about this. I'll take you someplace really special, a place I like to spend a lot of time. Why do you take us all the way almost to Grillby's before just walking right back? My house! This is my brother's pet rock. He always forgets to feed it. As usual, I have to take responsibility. The rock is covered in sprinkles. Impressed. I increased the height of my sink. Now I can fit more bones under. Take a look-see. Oh, come on, Toby! What? Like canine! Curses. Sans? Stop plaguing my life with incidental music. Aha! Interested in my food museum? Please, peruse my culinary art show. Half of the fridge is filled with containers all labeled spaghetti. The other half contains nothing but an empty bag of chips. Sans, why are you like this? That's the trash can. Feel free to visit it anytime. My brother always goes out to eat, but recently he tried baking something. It was like a quiche, but it filled with a sugary, non-egg substance. How absurd! That's called a pie. Oh, it's my favorite game show. It says, stay tuned for a new program, MDT. What? It's usually better than this. This is just a bad episode. Don't judge me! Did I just steal money from Sans and Pappy's couch? Huh. It's a joke book. Inside the joke books was a quantum physics book. Inside the quantum physics books was another joke book. Inside there's another quantum physics book, and so on, and so on. Welcome to the scene. Enjoy and take your time. I think that's their money hiding spot. Yeah, I think so. Classic image. It always reminds me of what's important in life. Toy might have stolen it. I assume toy there is a typo. The door is locked. Not forever. That's my room. You finished looking around. We could go in and do whatever people do when they date. Go inside. Okay then. Hey, those are all the attacks I used on you. Great memories, huh? Seems like it was only yesterday. Even though it basically just happened. That's my bed. If I ever get to the surface, I'd like to drive down a long highway. Wind in my hair, sun on my skin. Of course, that's just a dream. On account of the fact that you don't have hair or skin. So instead I cruise while I snooze. Ah yes, action figures. A great reference for theoretical battle scenarios. How do I have so many? Well, let's just say they're from a chubby, smiling man who loves to surprise people. Yeah, that's right. Santa! No, seriously. Why do monsters know about Santa? Isn't that flag Nino? Undyne found it at the bay. Think it's from the human world? Now, I know what you're thinking. Why would a human flag have a cool skeleton on it? Well, I have a theory. I think humans Must have descended from skeletons! Yeah! That book's one of my favorites. Advanced puzzle construction for critical minds. That next book's another one of my favorites. Peekaboo with Fluffy Bunny. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we know from several instances that monsters have Santa, but why? How do they... Okay, Peekaboo with Fluffy Bunny. The ending always gets me. From a double-digit follower count. How do you... How do you have a... How do you have -2 followers? There are no skeletons inside my closet, except me sometimes. Look inside the closet. Clothes are hung up neatly inside. Yeah, makes sense. So, you've seen everything. Do you want to start the date? Yeah, sure. Okay, dating start. Dating start. Here we are. Actually, never done this before. But don't worry. You can't spell prepared without several letters from my name. For a date you didn't know you would have? Ready to have a great time. Let's see. Step 1. Press the C key on your keyboard for dating HUD. Frisk and Papyrus ship. I'm sure there are people who ship it. Whatever. Okay. I think we're ready for step 2. So, okay. Now that we have this, we have... egg, population, crime, annoying dog radar. Wait, what? A clock that's synced to my actual time and day? And Big the Cat! Why the hell? Why are they... God, I love this game. It's so fucking weird. I love it. I think we're ready for step 2. Step 2. Ask them on a date. Human, I, the Great Papyrus, will go on a date with you. Fortunately, it only says to ask. I guess that means it's... That's not what I was expecting, but it is very funny. Step 3. Put on nice clothes to show you care. Wait a second. Wear clothing. That bandage hanging off of you. You're wearing clothing right now! Not only that, earlier today, you were also wearing clothing. No, could it be? You've wanted to date me from the very beginning? Yes. No, you planned it all. You're way better at dating than I am. No, you're dating power. Yeah, yeah. Don't think you've bested me yet. I, the Great Papyrus, have never been beaten at dating, and I never will. I can easily keep up with you. You see, I too can wear clothing. In fact, I always wear my special clothes underneath my regular ones. Papyrus, you whore. Just in case somebody happens to ask me on a date, behold. Yeah. What do you think of my secret style? No! Your honesty, it shows how much you really care! However, you don't truly understand the hidden power of this outfit. Therefore, what you just said is invalid. This date won't escalate any further, unless you find my secret. But that won't happen. There's no secret to my legs, just hard work and perseverance. This shirt didn't originally say cool, but I improved it. Expert tip, all clothing articles can be improved this way. I see. You like caressing my butt. But who doesn't? My hat? My hat! My hat! Yeah! Ha ha! Imagine Frisk is Ace era. My version of Frisk flirts with everyone under the sun. Frisk is not Ace Arrow. Well then, you found my secret. I suppose I have no choice. It's a present. A present just for you. You can't even bring yourself to harm my delicate wrapping? No, that technique, it's too strong. Counterattack! I'll open the present myself. Yes, exactly. I mean, in reality, I cannot stress enough to you how much Frisk is a child, but it's real. But if you use an aged up Frisk, it's really funny to imagine or not even like aged up fully. If you imagine Frisk as like 14 or 15, it's really funny to imagine them as being just old enough to flirt with people, either to mess with them or because they, I don't know, for any number of reasons. Like, you know how little kid crushes work. So, like, Nico D'Angelo. That. It's really funny to think of Frisk as doing that. Do you know what this is? Of course. Spaghetti. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Right. But oh so wrong. This ain't any plain old pasta. This is an artisan's work. Silken spaghetti, finely aged in an oaken cask, and cooked by me, Master Chef Papyrus, Ewan! It's time to end this. There's no way this can go any further. You take a small bite. Your face reflexively scrunches up. The taste is indescribable. Doki Doki Spaghetti Club! Let's go! You must really love my cooking, and by extension, me! Maybe even more than I do! No! Human, it's clear now. You're madly in love with me. Everything you do, everything you say. It's time for me to express my feelings. Yeah, Goro, welcome back. Howdy, howdy. It's time that I told you. I, Papyrus. Boy, is it hot in here or is it just me? Oh, shoot. Human, I'm sorry. I don't like you the way you like me. Romantically, I mean, tried very hard to. Thought that because you flirted with me, that I was supposed to go on a date with you. Then, I would be able to match your passion for me. But alas, I, the great Papyrus, have failed. I feel just the same as before. And instead, by dating you, I have only drawn you deeper into your intense love for me. It's a dark prison of passion with no escape. How could I have done this to my dear friend? No, wait, that's wrong. I can't fail at anything. Human! I'll help you through these trying times. I'll keep being your cool friend and act like this all never happened. After all, you are very great. It'd be tragic to lose your friendship. So please, don't cry because I won't kiss you, because I don't even have lips. And hey, someday you'll find someone as great as me. Well, no, that's not true. But I'll help you settle for second best. Yeah! Oh, and if you ever need to reach me, here's my phone number. You can call me anytime, platonically. Well, gotta go. Yeah! Alright. Yeah, so, one more thing about the Frisk flirting with everyone. I found a comic dub one time, a few years back. Sorry. Yeah, so I found a comic dub back during the height of my Undertale obsession back in middle school. Yeah, during the height of my Undertale obsession back in middle school. Uh, there was. Wait, hang on. I gotta go check for the wrong number song real fast. Uh. No wrong number song. Okay. And no sound test room either. But, yeah. So. I remember back during the height of my Undertale obsession, I was watching a ton of Undertale comic dubs, and I found an Undertale and I found a comic dub that was Frisk flirts with absolutely everyone, mostly to be funny, and it was gold, and I loved it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it was very funny. I can send it to you if you want. Okay. Yeah, don't need to get anything or put anything away. And I'm not, uh, you'd love that. Yeah, after the stream, I'll send it to you. Well, okay, I say that. I don't know if it's still on YouTube at this point, but I'll try to remember to send it to you. Huh. No, that's strange. Hang on. We we gotta check this real fast. Dusty Tutu Undertale. Hmm. I took a screenshot of this thing if that's okay. No worries. No worries at all. Okay, I'm gonna have to check my own footage from a previous stream to see if the tutu is actually Dusty, and to see if the tutu was originally Dusty, because the wiki is not telling me anything about it. Hi, and I'm here with my daily report. Regarding that human I called you about earlier? Huh? Did I fight them? Yes, of course I did. I fought them valiantly. What? Did I capture them? Well, no. I tried very hard, Undyne, but in the end, I failed. What? You're going to take the human soul yourself? But Undyne, you don't have to destroy them. You see. I understand. I'll help you in any way I can. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna skip through some of this stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna start skipping through a lot of this stuff. Just because. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna start skipping through some of this. Because, I mean, frankly, we've seen a lot of it before. Yo, did you see the way she was staring at you? That was awesome! I'm so jealous! What did you do to get her attention? Come on. You want to know what I did to beat her attention? To get her attention? I'm human. She wants to murder me. I love the little noise these flowers make. Do you like Muppets? Like, I'm not super familiar with the Muppets or anything, but I think they're cool. Aaron flexes in. This seahorse has a lot of HP. Horsepower. All of his attacks are hard to dodge at the bottom of the box. Check. No, seriously! I guess the check dialogue must be spoken aloud? Aaron is sweating bullets. Literally. You flex. Aaron flexes twice as hard. Attack increases. Aaron is ready for your next flex! You flex harder. Aaron flexes thrice as hard. Attack increases. Nice! I won't lose, though. But, yeah, I guess the check dialogue has got to be, like, diegetic somehow. Kara is likely the narrator speaking to Frisk. Yes, Krispy Kreme, I get that. Like, I know there's a solid amount of merit to not believing Narakara, but, like, I do get that theory. The issue with it is that the check dialogue seems to be out loud, because a lot of the enemies react to it diegetically. Really depends. I assume you're talking about Narakara. Wait, I just noticed that. Yeah, exactly. The check dialogue is often responded to diegetically. Which means that it's got to have... Which means that the monsters have got to be hearing it. Like Aaron, who is not a self-aware monster at all, just said... said something about check all you want. You guys know about the dialogue with Azrael back in the start of the game? Yes, I certainly know about it. I assume everyone else does. It's a pretty commonly understood thing at this point. What's better than a bench full of quiche? What's better than a bench full of quiche? Maybe check has first get up close to enemy? Yeah, maybe? But, like, also you get, like, there's, when you check Napstablook, you get a line about them trying to be funny, and you hear them, sorry, I just realized the alert box was off to the side, but, hey, yeah, it really would. Krispy Kreme, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Ultra Friends. Also, by the way, I love your username. Ring. Hello, this is Papyrus. How did I get this number? It was easy. Just dialed every number sequentially until I got yours. Yeah. Asking for a friend. She thought you were wearing a gross bandage. Is that true? Are you wearing a gross bandage? Papyrus has got that dedication. Seriously! Especially considering that I've already called him. Which means that he didn't need to do that. He could have just found the number that already called him. You aren't wearing a cross bandage. Got it. You're my friend, so I trust you 100%. Have a nice day! Yeah. Imagine not saving contact, seriously. Okay. I'm equipping the old tutu, not because it's necessarily super important. Just so you know, because I might want footage, I mean, Kara is at least the... Yeah, Kara, okay. There are certain lines. This humble seems to... Yeah. There are certain lines in, especially the Geno run, that are clearly Kara. The question... Yeah, there are some lines that are clearly Kara. The question regarding the Narakara theory is whether or not everything is Kara. Narakara is clearly true some of the time. The question is if it's true all of the time. Also, I'm using the term Kara right now because it's easier, but this is probably my hottest Undertale take. This is probably my hottest Undertale take. I don't think... Yeah. I don't think that I don't think that the fallen human that the first fallen child actually has a canon name. And I certainly don't think it's Kara. Kara is a true name in the meta sense, but I don't think that we've gotten official confirmation of their name, but I don't think that they have a canon name within the actual story. And the reason I think that, I mean, frankly, is because Kara is the file name. Doesn't Kara have that card from Fangamer? If that's true, then that does poke a hole in my theory. But frankly, I haven't heard about that. And, like, if you remember the Gaster thing, Gaster has been has had any canon appearance scrubbed from existence. So, if those playing cards were actually like that, like, legitimately... Yeah. If Kara had a card, and it actually had their name, and it stayed like that, Kara is the default name. If you use debug to skip the naming segment of Undertale. Okay. One thing at a time. Krispy Kreme, yes, but again, that's the true name in a meta sense. Okay. Alright, one thing at a time. Okay, Kara. That's the true name in a meta sense. but it doesn't mean it's the canon name. Undertale does a lot of metafuckery like that. Yeah, Name the Fallen is really confusing on how canon it is. Yeah, it's weird. Okay. And dude, they do, but the name is, I'm guessing the word you're looking for there, Goro, is redacted, but I don't know what that's in reference to. I just like to think it's impossible to be canon. I mean, canon, as a lifelong comics and mythology fan, yeah, canon canon is bizarre, and often doesn't actually exist. Okay, if redacted wasn't the word you're looking for, I also think hard mode isn't canon. I have to assume it's not, yeah. And Goro, if redacted isn't the word you're looking for, then if redacted isn't the word you're looking for, scribbled, crossed out, wingdings, anything like that. And I still don't actually know what you're talking about. We can't read because someone grabbed their crayons and scribbled over the name. Yes, you're using the word scribbled correctly. I think. Assuming that I'm actually understand. I have a Undertale. Kara is the only one that knows the player exists. Sans definitely doesn't. Sans only knows about resets. But if you don't think that, if you don't think that Flowey knows about the player, then remember what I asked you about? Alright, murdery. But I bet you know. Oh, come on. But, yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Flowey thinks he's talking to Kara. I don't think so. Because how the fuck would he be talking to Kara? Again, sticking with Kara, I don't think that's the true name, but whatever. How would he be talking to Kara? Kara is long dead. Let Frisk be happy. Watch the cutscene if you don't believe me. No, I believe you. I remember that cutscene. And I don't think that and I don't believe he thinks he's talking to the first fallen human. He's talking to the player. Now, I like that it's left ambiguous like that, because the cutscene, yes, it's literally Flowey talking to the player. Exactly. Flowey is talking to the player there. It is left technically ambiguous, which I think is a good decision. It's left technically ambiguous, and I think that's a good move, but I also don't think they say, see you, and why does he call the... Because in a game like this, you are expected to use your own name in that slot. My name right now in this game is Pidge. That is my player name. That is what I named the fallen human. Yeah. Yeah. He does not call you Hera. He calls you the name that you chose, assuming that it would be either your character's name or the file name. Because if you've played an RPG before, then you expect that to just be either your character's name or the file name. Think like Legend of Zelda. You always name the protagonist after yourself. If you don't know that, especially if you don't know that his canon name is Link, and playing the game the first time, you would have no way of knowing the character's canon name. So you would just choose to name it after yourself. The reason he says that is because he is being meta and talking to the player using the name that they chose, assuming it would be their own, under the assumption that the player would choose their own name as the file name. That is why Flowey says, see you later, player name. Tone deaf. She's too ashamed to sing her deadly song. Huh. Shyren's tone deaf? That's sad. It's meta to us, but I feel like in universe they were talking to Kara, since how would Flowey know that some higher entity named their best friend? I see the argument, and sorry for getting aggressive there. It's a concert. Yeah. And sorry for getting kind of aggressive there, but, Sans is selling tickets, mate. You feel like a rock star. You were fine, I love lore discussion. Cool. Yeah, sorry for getting kind of aggressive there. I know I get very emphatic, as my dad says. And, but yeah, I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree with you on this. I think that Flowey was being meta. Okay. But can we at least agree that in the opening of Deltarune, the being talking to us in the vessel creation sequence is definitely talking directly to the player? Can we agree on that? The constant attention, the tours, the groupies, it's all aggressive too. Yes, it's Gaster 100% and he was... Yes, thank you. Okay. I am willing to respectfully disagree with people about Flowey talking and about Kara at the end of the Jenna route, because that is very clearly a different... Because the... Okay. Artemis, welcome back. Krispy Kreme. Yes, I recognize the... yeah, so I'm willing to respectfully disagree in Undertale because it is meta, but, like, it's not. Because it almost never, aside from Kara at the end of No Mercy, and arguably Flowey at the end of Neutral and True Pacifist, especially True Pacifist, from Flowey, the game's not that directly meta. But yeah, Deltarune is super meta. Under the thing we talked about, I'll get back to that. Sorry, just had to mess with the chat real fast. Okay. One thing at a time. First, I'm gonna finish up this fight. You and Chiron have come so far, but it's time. You both have your own journeys to embark on. You hum a farewell song. Final toot. Goro, not necessarily spam, but someone sending a message I really didn't want. So... Sorry, my dad's making a funny face through the window. So, okay, yes, now we're going to go through this through this one at a time. So yes, I'm willing to respectfully disagree with people about Undertale. I think that Flowey and Kara are both speaking directly to the player, but I can understand why you might disagree in regards to Flowey. Because Undertale is very meta, but it's not so directly meta. It's not like DDLC levels or Deltarune levels. But Deltarune, and Deltarune, I'm willing to respectfully disagree with people about Gaster, how much stuff is specifically Gaster. I think it's obvious that Gaster is the voice on the phone, is the voice that is the voice that spoke to you at the beginning, is the voice that was speaking on Twitter, is probably even the man behind the tree. I think that Gaster is very involved in Deltarune. You know what? Screw it. We're going to just chatting for a second. Okay. Yeah, so. Alright. Yeah. So, yeah, okay. We're going through this one thing at a time because I have a lot to say. So, yeah, Krispy Kreme, you weren't here at the start of the stream when I revealed that I have over 200 hours in this 8 to 12 hour indie RPG. But yeah, so, one thing at a time. I am willing to respectfully disagree with people about the meta nature of Undertale. I'm willing to respectfully disagree with people about how much Gaster is directly involved in Deltarune. But I'm sorry, Jaru, I love you, but the player is the one direct. I have my game disconnected from Steam because of speedrunning. Oof. But yeah, so the player is directly involved in. The player is directly involved in Deltarune. The player is directly controlling Kris. The player is the one who Gaster was directly speaking to on Twitter. Gaster is the one who was directly speaking to us in the Goner Maker sequence. Gaster is very much the one involved, in my opinion, and I'm sorry, Jaro, I love so many of your theories. Ralsei is Asriel's dust, but I'm sorry. The reason that Gaster, man, I really need Gaster lore drops in Chapter 4. Bro, same. Seriously, like, Jaro, I love you, man. I love so many of your theories, but every time you start talking about meta shit, just shut up. Sorry, I use Jaro as my punching bag because I love most of his theories, except when he talks about the player's involvement. Because I disagree with him very strongly about... yeah, I disagree with him very strongly about that, but I love I mean, I disagree with him about a lot. His theories are very far-fetched, but I find most of them very enjoyable. It's just when he says that the player can't be directly part of the narrative that he loses me, because I just don't think that's true. I think that it just makes so much more narrative sense to have the player be directly part of the narrative rather than having the player be like an indirect part of the narrative who is just hinted at meta-wise, and there's thematic stuff going on with it, but the player's not actually involved, and instead we are playing as insert other character here who is the one actually controlling Kris. It's just too confusing. The player has to be part of Deltarune's narrative. The player doesn't have to be, like, super directly involved. I frankly think it's better if the player's not super directly involved. But the player has to be part of the story. Because if the player isn't directly involved, then it just requires so many extra steps. Yeah, I'm glad Deltarune makes much more sense than Undertale for the meta plot. Yeah, definitely. Because Deltarune is doing is basically what Deltarune is doing with the meta narrative is Undertale's meta narrative on steroids. Undertale had a really fun regular narrative and a compelling meta narrative, but it wasn't. But it was weird. Like, this is the one time you will ever hear me talk bad about Undertale, because I love Undertale. But it is weird how it only directly acknowledges the player's existence 1.5 times. I say 1.5. Hang on. I say 1.5 times because sometimes Undertale is because the one time with Kara definitely, but the other time at the end of a pacifist route you and I disagree on, and I know there are a lot of people who agree with you on that. So 1.5 times Undertale directly acknowledges the player's existence, which makes those 1.5 times really weird. Okay. Now, Artemis, welcome back. I hope you are still here after you just heard me lose my goddamn mind talking about the meta-narrative. Okay. The player is definitely part of Deltarune. Gaster is definitely behind a lot of it. I think it makes more sense for Gaster to be part of it. I think the player is definitely part of Deltarune, but I don't know that for certain. No, scratch that. I definitely do know that the player is part of Deltarune. I don't know why I said that I don't know that. The player is definitely part of Deltarune. I think it would be weird as hell if that turns out to not be the case. And I think that Gaster's definitely behind of it. I think that would also be weird if it turns out to not be the case, but I wouldn't be as upset as if I found out that, the player wasn't directly involved. And, okay. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Okay. It's hard to tell who Flowey talks to, since he thinks Kara/Frisk/player are the same or different people depending on the route. Yeah, that's, again, the direct interpretation of the direct moments of meta-narrative in Undertale are, in my opinion, its weakest element. Because of how rare they are. Deltarune has been unpacking the player-protagonist dynamic and has been making it clear that we are not our protagonist since the opening of the game. Deltarune has been doing that. Undertale did not do that. Undertale only barely acknowledged that we are separate from Frisk. Joke, what if the player ends up being the secret boss? Please do not take this too seriously. No, but what if, though? Okay. Yeah, it's hard to tell who Flowey is talking to. I definitely agree with that. Yeah, Deltarune's naming sequence makes it very clear that we are different, and then and then the ending of Chapter 1 does that even more so. And then all of Chapter 2 does that even more so. And it would just be confusing to, again, using Jaro as my punching bag here, say that Azriel is possessing Kris? And that we're directly playing as Azriel? Who is possessing Kris? Yeah, that's what's weird. That is really weird, and I don't love, yeah, again, Guro, exactly. I'm guessing you're not familiar with Jaru's theories, so let me just break it down for you. So, okay. Jaru's Deltarune theories. Hang on a second. Okay, first of all, I'm putting my Undertale lo-fi beats back on. And then, we are opening up GIMP. Because... yeah, we are opening up GIMP here. And then we are going to first screen full. Alright. Cool. So, alright. We are going into GIMP, and I am gonna walk you through this insanity. So, keep in mind, I do genuinely have a lot of respect for Jaru. I think his theories are... I find his videos very entertaining, and when he's talking within the confines of the standard narrative, I genuinely find a lot of his theories pretty solid. Okay. I was confused if you were talking about because it kind of sounds like how someone pronounced... Oh, sorry! Yeah, okay, so... That guy. That username is who we're talking about. And we're going full Pepe Sylvia on this. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, sorry for the confusion. But, okay, so... Jaru's... So, Jaru has two main theories that people talk about. Ralsei is Azriel's dust. Yeah. Oberon. So, Jaru has two theories that he talks about a lot. Ralsei is Azriel's dust, and Oberon's smog. So first, Ralsei is Azriel's dust. Actually, no, that one's actually somehow manages to be more unhinged, and you'll see why that's confusing soon enough. So, Oberon's smog is the theory... no, screw it. In order for Oberon Smog to make sense, this is my biggest issue with Jaru. A lot of his theories are built on the backs of other theories. So, the Ralsei is Azrael's dust theory posits 3 things. I think so. Let me just... So, Ralsei is Azrael's dust posits 3 things. Possibly more. Yeah. 1. Azrael died. Kris is fault. 1. Azrael died, Kris is at fault. 2. Azrael's dust was scattered on the pink headband. 2.5. That made Ralsei. 3. Azrael. Damn. Okay. So, here, this is what Ralsei is Azrael's dust posits. First of all, Azrael died and Kris is somehow at fault. Now, this does a lot of stuff with, like, jello knives and stuff that aren't actually an important part of the theory, but what it simply posits is that somehow Azrael died and Kris is at fault. I think that is a decent theory. It's kinda weird, but I think it's pretty solid. Number 2. Azrael's dust was scattered on the pink headband, and somehow that made Ralsei. And what this also explains is that Ralsei is then a, quote, dustner. And is that Ralsei is a dustner who is made from Azrael's dust, and that makes the object special, and that's why it appears, and that is why Ralsei has more powerful than other Darkners. That's part 2.5, is that, and also probably the most important part of the theory. Yeah. No, genuinely, Krispy Kreme, that is my favorite thing about this theory. I love the idea of dustners. They have 0 evidence whatsoever, but I think they're so cool. So, part 1 of the theory is kind of weird, but you just have to go with it, and I think it's fine. Part 2, specifically part 2.5, I think is so cool because the idea of dustners is fascinating. And that is what I love so much about that theory. But then you get to part 3. And part 3 is where he loses me, and where he loses a lot of other people. Because it posits that Azrael is the one possessing Kris. Azrael's ghost is the one who is possessing Kris. Azrael's ghost is the one who we play as in the vessel creation sequence. Probably, he also has conflicting theories about that, but Azrael's ghost is possessing Kris. Azrael's ghost is the one who controls Kris's soul. Azrael's ghost is the one who... Azrael's ghost is the one who Kris is trying to get rid of. And that is where he loses me, because I don't think that's necessary. And this okay, Oberon Smog, I'm not even gonna bother getting back to, because it's cool, but it's... I mean, it's cool, yes, but it's not super necessary for what we're talking about right now. But what is relevant is... the player is not part of Deltarune's narrative. And with that line, what Jaro is positing is that he doesn't think that it makes any sense he doesn't think that it makes narrative sense for the player to be directly involved in the narrative, because he thinks that if the player is involved in the narrative, then that would flatten the stakes into the floor, because it would make us lose investment with everything else. So he thinks that there is a meta-narrative component, but that the player is not directly part of the story. And that is what I really don't like. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, now we're going back to the chat. So, I love Oberon Smog. Me too. It's so cool. We're not going into it right now, but I genuinely love that theory. It is so cool. The idea of Dustners is cool. Again, I love Dustners. I love them so much. They have zero evidence whatsoever, but I love them. I believe that Azrael is just in college. Honestly, me too. Like, I love this theory, and it would be cool if it were true. And they found some way to justify it that isn't what Jaro went with, because what Jaro went with doesn't make sense. But if they find some way to justify Azrael being dead, I like the Dustner theory, and I like Azrael's dust, and I like Azrael's dust being Ralsei. I think that is really cool. Even if I do agree that Azrael is probably just in college, Occam's razor. Insert that image of Azrael smoking a comically large cigarette. Yep. Yeah, that's what it feels like. That is what it feels like, sometimes, being a fan of Jaro. And, yeah, Deltarune has to be meta. Gaster used Twitter. Gaster spoke directly to us. What is your soul theory for Undertale? Risk has Kara's soul? I have never heard that, but I'm gonna need some more justification, because that sounds like the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Okay. But back to Jaro for just a second. I'm still here, I promise, just doing other things. That is perfectly fine, Artemis. The vibe I've gotten is that you're not a super big Undertale Deltarune fan, like you enjoy them, but you're not this level of brain rotted. Good. Good for you. Good for you. But, yeah, so yeah, that's perfectly fine, Artemis. I don't expect you to be constantly engaged. But, okay. Yeah. The Deltarune makes so much more sense if it's one more thing. Undertale makes more sense if it's not directly meta. Deltarune makes more sense if it is directly meta. Okay. Going through here, Soulstone type of shit. Like from from Marvel? Do I have Discord? I do, but I would rather not give you my Discord account. I don't have a Discord server for the channel because I didn't want to... because the last time I ran a Discord for my YouTube channel, it didn't end well. So, yes, I have Discord, but I'd rather not give it to you. And Artemis, it's true, I like Undertale a lot, but I don't understand everything discussed here. Oh, I can join yours, Krispy Kreme. Cool, I might well do that. Leave the name of it and some kind of join code or link or something in the comments of this VOD after the fact. Okay. And, yeah, Artemis, frankly, it's good that you don't understand everything discussed here, because this is nonsense. Alright. Like from Marvel, yes. It's been too long since I watched Infinity War. I don't remember what the Soul Stone... I don't remember anything about the Soul Stone. Yeah, so, before I go back to the game, here's the fundamental thing, in my opinion. Undertale makes more sense if it's not directly meta. I don't actually think it's not directly meta. I think Kara, I think the demon... Yeah. I think that the demon in... Oh, I think that the demon at the end of No Mercy is directly talking to the player. And because that's confirmed to be the case, I think so is Flowey. I also think the game would make more sense if neither of those things were true. But Deltarune makes so much more sense if it is directly meta, because if it's not, then you have to do so much heavy lifting to justify stuff like Gaster on Twitter, and the Gaster newsletter, and the Gaster Valentine's Day card, and all that stuff. Yes, Deltarune has to be clean-cut meta, and if you try to say that it's not, Jaru, if you try to say that it's not, you have to jump through so many damn hoops. It's infuriating. And that is why I don't like any theory that posits that Deltarune isn't directly meta. And keep in mind here what I'm saying, directly meta, because Undertale is very meta. It talks about leveling up and experience points and stuff like that. So, Undertale is still meta. But aside from those 1.5 instances at the end of the routes, it's not directly meta. Because it is meta, but at the same time it's not. Because it is meta, but also it's not, because, it is directly meta in those 2 instances, but other than that, it's indirectly meta. It has a meta-narrative, but you don't have to engage with the meta-narrative. Whereas Deltarune, I think, has to be directly meta, and it makes so much less sense if it's not. That is the fundamental difference between those two. Now that I have gotten extremely out of breath, losing my goddamn mind talking about Jaru, who again, I genuinely really like his theories. Oberon Smog is so cool. I just hate his opinion on the meta-narrative. But anyway, now let's finally go back to this game that we are ostensibly playing. Alright. So, yeah, finally Undertale time. So, Soul Theory, it states that Frisk absorbed Kara's soul. That doesn't even make sense. I need more evidence. I need so much more evidence, because hearing that right now, it's hot nonsense. I don't even... There's a ton of evidence. Okay, present it to me, because that doesn't make sense. I don't even like the theory that Kara is possessing Kris. I think that... Oh, I don't think that makes sense, but I can accept that one. I will not... Yeah. But, so... that's literally something that would be in a Marvel comic. Yes, it is. That is something that would be in comic books. I say as a huge comics fan. But yeah, I don't even like the theory that that Frisk is possessed by anyone other than the player. But I'm willing to accept that. I don't like that, but I'm willing to accept it. But you're gonna need to do some serious legwork to convince me that Frisk absorbed Kara's soul. Okay, standard up, up, right, up, down, standard up, right, standard down, down, right. Standard right, down, upright, down, down. Okay. Joking to Washua, flashback after second Undyne chase, Kara's dialogue during Jano, Kara and Frisk having the same soul color. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna think through that. How many of those do I remember? Okay. Joking to Washua, you're gonna need to remind me of. Flashback after second Undyne chase. That makes sense. Yeah, there isn't a great parallel for that. Same for the game over dialogue, which you didn't even go over. Uh, Kara's dialogue during Geno, you're gonna need to remind me of that. I've never finished a Geno route, and I keep wanting to, so I've never actually looked at a Geno ending, I'm gonna be honest. Frisk and Kara and Frisk having the same soul color, I'm gonna be honest, that doesn't prove anything. Uh, that's literally seen Red Skull, the story that, yeah, uh, and during the Azrael fight. Okay. I always interpreted the scene during the Azrael fight as being, I always interpreted the scene during the Azrael fight as being like either you're looking into his memories in the same way as you're looking into the memories of all your friends. Okay. I always interpreted the Kara flashback during, I always interpreted the Kara flashback as being more like, yeah, dog residue, haha. I always interpreted the Asriel flashback as being like, you're looking into his memories, or even just like a meta representation that Frisk isn't necessarily seeing. In the same way as like, when you're watching, when you're playing a video game or something, and you don't question, and you don't question, uh, and you don't question like when suddenly you see something from the villain's POV or something like that. Okay. All right. Flowey thinking Frisk is Kara. Yeah, that I'm also. Yeah, there's not a great explanation for that. Okay. All right. Here's the thing. There is a lot of evidence, but none of this answers the fundamental question of how. How did none of this answers the question of how did Frisk absorb Kara's soul. I'm willing to accept that when and I mean Kara's and when I say Kara's soul, I mean Kara's soul that Asriel absorbed, which is why Flowey says you have a stolen soul. Now, I'll grant you that there is decent evidence for this. So it's a monster soul and a human. Yeah. Okay. But, yeah. I mean, as Goro is joking about, it it doesn't make sense to. It doesn't make any sense to me how Frisk obtained Kara's soul. That's the fundamental issue with this theory in my eyes. You are still yet to present me with any compelling evidence. You're still yet to present me with any compelling evidence of you're still yet to present me with direct evidence. Like, you've presented to me a lot of evidence for a lot of backup evidence, but I still don't know how Frisk absorbed Kara's soul. And until you show me that, I'm not going to believe that it happened. Kara is heavily implied to be buried where Frisk fell. Yeah, I get that. Which is why there's golden flowers in the game and not during the Azrael fight flashback. Yeah. Like, okay. It's always who, when, what, and why, but never how. Yeah. You've given me the who, Frisk and Kara. You've given me the when they fell. You've given me the what, the soul. You've sort of given me the why. You've given me a lot of backup evidence, but for something with no precedent whatsoever, a human absorbing another human soul, you're gonna need to present me with some evidence of how. Okay, Frisk is to Kara as Flowey is to Asriel? No, Flowey literally is Asriel. Like, Flowey is Asriel's mind. Flowey is Asriel's dust. So unless you're trying to tell me that not only is Kara possessing Frisk, but Frisk is all but a full-on reincarnation of Kara? No. You're still gonna need to convince me. You're still gonna need to do some serious legwork to convince me. Kara calls Frisk themselves during genocide? Okay. Kara calls Frisk themselves during genocide? I don't even know what that means. Frisk, you ain't no Kara. Yeah, that, but... Actually, yeah, that's fair. I guess I'd never really thought about that, because because to me that was always much more of a meta line. Like, Kara, this version of Kara, awakened at the end of the Geno route, is... this version of Kara, awakened at the end of the Geno route, is the demon. So I always thought that was more of like a meta thing. Not that Frisk literally is Kara. Okay. They also say that line when looking at Alpheus' lab tape. Yeah, okay. Maybe because it's player equals name. Okay. They'll truly become who they... Yeah, I agree with you about a lot of this. I think it kind of strips both Frisk and the meta-narrative of some of their agency, having having Kara be possessing them, but I'm willing to accept that. I prefer the idea that Kara is somehow like a guardian angel over them, which I grant you doesn't have a ton more evidence. I'll grant you that it doesn't have a ton more evidence, but it has like margin, but it makes a little more sense, in my opinion. Because Kara is haunting the narrative, so it makes sense meta-narratively for them to also be haunting for them to also be haunting this narrative. I also think Kara is 100%... Oh, yes, on the Geno route, absolutely. I also think that Nara Kara, while I don't believe it as strongly as I used to, I still think it has a good amount of evidence to it. Huh. Why doesn't Papyrus pick up the phone in this one very specific spot? Wait, hang on. Toriel's phone says dialing, nobody picked up. Pyrus' phone says ring ring. The Undyne called dialogue in this room. Yeah, I know. I remember that. Trust me, I remember that well. Which is why it's weird that there's no signal here. I think this is the one spot in the game where Papyrus won't answer you. Okay. Yeah. So, I'm willing to... Yeah. Okay. I know you were just shortening character, but it's really, really funny that you just said Alphys is a really underrated Kara. Considering what we've been talking about, yes. I don't know about Undyne. I feel like she's properly rated. Yeah, Alphys is Kara confirmed. I knew what you meant. I just think it's funny. Yeah. Do you think Oh, yes, absolutely. I think that attributing that to anyone else does Alphys a huge disservice. Yeah. I think it does Alphys a massive disservice to attribute any of what she did to someone else. Gaster did not discover... Gaster did not discover determination. Sans did not discover determination. Alphys discovered determination. And Alphys is the one who did all of that, and we know that while she does typically speak in proper casing, she is not above writing in all lowercase or all uppercase. It doesn't make... It does no one any good. It doesn't do anyone any good to attribute Alphys' works to other people. The only thing that makes me think it wasn't Alphys is since Alphys made the DT extractor off of someone else's blueprints. I actually didn't know that. Yeah, I actually hadn't heard that. But still, I think that it does everyone a massive disservice to pretend using the blueprints I did it. Huh. Still, even if, like, I'm not opposed to the idea that someone helped her, maybe it was Sans, maybe it was someone else, I don't know. I'm not opposed to the idea that someone else helped her. Yes, exactly. That's not a theory. Crispy, that is not a theory. That is basic narrative that's not even, like... People joke about Undertale fans not being able to read. I think this is really an example of Undertale fans not being able to read. Okay. Before I go back to ranting about the True Lab, Derpy, you ate 47 walls! What does that even mean? Yeah. Derpy, you ate 47 walls? What the hell does that, Krispy Kreme, yeah, I mean, it's almost 11 p.m. for me as well. I'm just not planning on going to bed yet. But, okay. Krispy Kreme, see you around. I am going to continue ranting about how much I hate the idea that Alphys didn't write all of the True Lab entries. But, yeah, see you around. Anyway, yeah, it does a massive disservice to Alphys and to the narrative to posit the idea that anyone other than her wrote the lab entries. Also, Derpy, why are you eating so many walls? But anyway. Knife, 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 knife. But, yeah, so... it does no one any service. Yeah, it does not do anyone a service in the slightest to posit that anyone other than it does no one any good to posit the idea that that Alphys didn't write all of the True Lab entries, because again, Undertale fans can't read. It is basic it's basic reading comprehension that is her descent into madness. Derpy, sure, I'd love to know something cool. Acid rain. Oh, forget it. I'm out of here. Hang on. Blukey, how were you crying forward? Alright, I interrupted you, didn't I? Damn! Is that why you've eaten 48 walls? You eat a wall? Do you eat a wall every time you kill Sans? Holy shit, Derby, you're insane. But yeah, suffice to say, it does a huge disservice to the narrative to try to claim that anyone... So this is my fun event. I'm visiting Waterfall from the city. Synchronicity? My neighbor's daughter looks about your age. Her name is... Susie! Susie! You say? I feel like you two should be friends. Trust me, we are. You have a neighbor's blessing. Okay. He broke into my house, and every time he killed Sans, he would put ketchup on my... yes. Derpy, I'm, like, 90% sure that Clam Girl is a fun value thing. Okay. He broke into my house, and every time... Yeah. Derpy, please don't murder Alphys. But speaking of Alphys... Not knowing where I live is no issue. Fate finds a way. Life's grand scheme, she might be... She might be why you came here in the first place. That's a really funny line. Considering that right now, and only right now, it's basically true. Yeah. The Deltarune is real. It's tomorrow. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow keeps on this petty pace from day to day. Yeah, no gray. Derpy, the gray is only in, oh god, on Switch. It's only on the Switch version. I'm playing on PC. And, yeah, peace out, Derpy. Good seeing you here. Hope to see you again. Yeah, suffice to say, it does everyone a massive disservice to pretend like anyone other than Alphys wrote the to pretend that anyone other than Alphys wrote the true lab entries. The point of those entries is that it is Alphys' descent into madness as she's slowly losing it, going through a truly awful experience because she's really not a very good scientist, and she is doing something far above her pay grade. So saying that Alphys should be saying that Alphys should be the saying that Alphys didn't write all of the true lab entries does no one any good. Yeah, I'll buy a crab apple. Sure, I'll buy two, why not? And that's it. Average river person. Alright. I'm thinking, unless another really good conversation starts up, I'm probably gonna go until we get to the Undyne area. Yeah. I'm not gonna do the Undyne fight. Because, yeah, I'm not gonna, Undyne, the horror of my sleeps. Yeah, that's fair. Go to Tem Village. I'm not gonna go to Tem Village. I hit a 10 out of 10. Just a pet cute here. Talking about the Temmie. Yeah. Yeah. I love Temmie, and I love the Tem Village, but I'm not gonna go to the Tem Village. Oi, I'm Temmie. Don't forget my friend, Temmie. Hi, I'm Bob. Aaron? Okay, good. At least I earned 0 XP. That means that I didn't kill Temmie. Even if I think Aaron did? But God, I love this track so much. One of my favorite tracks in the OST. Yeah, I do love... While I do very much love the Tem Village, I'm not planning to go there right now. I'm sorry. Did you just bring the fucking duck song into my Undertale stream? How dare you? How dare you? I have not thought about the duck song in... Okay, probably in only just a few months, actually, but still. You have a question? Shoot. No, I don't have grapes. This is an Undertale stream. Fine, I'll help you fight. Oh, you did it! Undyne is right in front of you. You got front row seats to her fight. Wait, who's she fighting? Right now, no one. Thanks for saving my ass, kid. So... Okay, I'm gonna check out this part, because on the last playthrough, I didn't save him. So this time I'm going to. You know, I'm not supposed to be here, but I want to ask you something. Man, I've never had to ask anyone this before. Yo, you're human, right? Man, I knew it. Well, I know it now. I mean, Undyne told me, stay away from that human. Monster Kid is the ultimate yapper. Indeed. So, like, guess that makes enemies or something. But I kinda stink at that. Yo, say something mean so I can hate you, please? Huh? Yo, that's your idea of something mine? My sister says that to me all the time. Guess I have to do it. Yo, I hate your guts. Man, I'm such a turd. I'm gonna go home now. Oh, wait. Oh, I tripped. How are you talking? Or alternatively, how are you holding on? With your teeth? Then how are you talking? Yeah, dude, if you want to hurt my friend, you're gonna have to get through me first. Hmm. Like, I know she's not scared of you, but I guess she just didn't want to hurt you. Huh. She's gone. Yo, you really saved my skin. Guess being enemies was just a nice thought. Well, still, we'll just have to be friends instead. Man, I should really go home. But my parents are worried sick about me. Exactly! They must have been holding on with their teeth. So how are they okay? I did that. Um, wh- wh- why did you hold on to a cliff face with your teeth? Okay, so this could be the end of the stream. It's a bit past 11. 11:11, make a wish. Uh, okay. Hmm. We could, it's a bit past 11. We could end the stream. Or we could fight Alphys. Or, not Alphys, Undyne. The thing is, people often don't show up at the start of streams. It's, just past midnight for you. Alright. Okay. Then you... I mean, let's be real. A lot of people don't show up right at the start of streams anyway, so it wouldn't be meaningfully different doing this now than it would be at the end of... No, you know what? Screw it! Why should I tell that story? When you're about to die! You! You're standing in the way of everybody's hopes and dreams. Interesting choice of words. Alfie's history books made me think humans were cool, with their giant robots and flowery swordswomen. But you're nothing but a coward, hiding behind that kid so you could run away from me again. And let's not forget your wimpy goody two-shoes chick. Ooh, I'm making such a difference by hugging random strangers. You know what would be more valuable to everyone? If you were dead! That's right, human. Your continued existence is a crime. Your life is all that stands between us and our freedom. Right now, I can feel everyone's heart pounding together. Everybody's been waiting their whole lives for this moment. But we're not nervous at all. When everyone puts their hearts together, they can't lose. Now, human, let's end this right here, right now. I'll show you just how determined monsters can be. Step forward when you're ready. Every time an Undertale character play with words stick. Oh. I think? Yeah, let's go for it. Let's just do it. Let's fight Undyne right now. It's fantastic. Say that again. Undyne attacks. 50-20. The heroine that never gives up. As long as you're green, you can't escape. Now, fun fact, there is interesting dialogue here if you specifically point your shield away. You told Undyne you didn't want to fight, but nothing happened. Undyne flips her spear impatiently. Okay. So, yeah, fun fact, there's interesting dialogue here if you specifically point your shield away from all the attacks, but I am trying to take as little damage as possible here. I say immediately after causing her bolts to speed up. Ah, crap. I may have made an error. 7 months. This fight! Not Undying the Undying. This fight! Huh. Oh. Currently you're stuck there? Oh, you're not still stuck there. You were stuck here for 7 months. Okay, that makes more sense. Hey, Goro, where are you from, if you don't mind my asking? Because you mentioned that it's a little past midnight, which means that you've got to be somewhere in South America. Because that's because the eastern side of South America is the only place that has that time zone. Unless you're in fucking Antarctica or something. Brazil. Your English is really good. Like, if you hadn't mentioned that, honestly, I probably would have assumed that you were a native English speaker. Like, I've seen so many people online with, even for whom English is their first language, still have barely any command over the language. So yeah. They okay, I say that immediately after I say them that you have good English, you use the wrong verb form. So I'm just gonna tell you, the past tense of teach is taught. It's one of those weird words where the past tense isn't just the present tense, but slap a D or an ED at the end. But genuinely, your English is really good. Also, that makes you my second, possibly third Brazilian chatter I've ever had. And, like, my fourth or fifth from Latin America. Which is just really funny to me that my chat has always been substantially more diverse. That my chat has always been substantially more diverse than a lot of countries. Well, who was first, if you remember? Oh god, okay. On my previous YouTube channel, Cyclone Absol, on my previous YouTube channel, my previous YouTube channel, Cyclone Absol, oh god, I'm trying to remember. I had one chatter who was from Mexico, and one chatter who was from Brazil. One of their names was Luis. Oh, and the Brazilian chatter was Chalk. That wasn't his actual username, but his actual username was Portuguese for Chalk, so I just remember him as Chalk. And my first on this channel was someone named Banana Gemma. Yep, that was it. That was his username. I think it may have been spelled with an S. And what if I told you? I was just thinking, you, me, and I know the banana guy. That actually makes sense, considering what you commented on that stream. I didn't want to say anything, but that does make sense. She'll hang out sometime. I think you would make great pals. Let's meet up at her house later. I might well do that, actually, Papyrus. Stop running away! No. You know, Banana Gemma, considering what you commented on the Five Laps at Freddy's stream, I'm not shocked. That felt like something that a person would only say if they knew the person, if they knew the chatter. I thought there was a chance you were Banana Gemma, but again, I didn't want to say anything in case I was wrong. Armor, so hot, but I can't give up. No kidding. She looks dry. You hunt in the water? Another clam person. I think I still have his contact. Cool! K. I was thirsty, so I came over from Waterfall to get a drink. Let me do something real quick. Okay, so just to clarify, this isn't some crazy-ass long con. You are not actually Banana Gemma, are you? Because that would be really funny if you were. Okay. I would love to keep streaming, but unfortunately, I have relatives here right now who are very much morning people, and so no matter what time I go to bed, I'm probably not gonna be able to sleep much past 7 or 8, 7:30, 8 if I'm lucky. So I am gonna head to just chatting for a second, while we finish out whatever's going on here, and then uh Banana! Welcome to the stream, buddy. Good to have you back. You were dead, huh? I came back. Well, good to know that one of my chatters is also Lazarus. Hello. Welcome back. What if I told you you're using the exact same speech patterns as Goro? Hmm. 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 I told you, I'm giggling right now. Banana, be straight with me for a second. Banana, be straight with me for a second. Are you and Goro the same person? Glasses need to go back on. Oh shit, suddenly my eyes are burning. Oh, motherfucker. Unnecessary tension, baby. Suspense. Drama. Oh god. The truth is... Come on, come on, man. Okay. I'm giving it till 11:30 my time, 0:30 your time. Black Sabbath plays. Oh god, my eyes are killing me. Fuck. Okay. No, I can't keep this up. I'm going to assume for the foreseeable future that you two are not the same person. If I am wrong, that could be funny. If I am wrong, that would be very funny. I told you. Come on, man. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yeah, it is. It is interesting. I hope I'll find out at some point if y'all are the same person, but I need to go to bed, so... You are the... Wait, what? You just... Okay. Okay, fine. Well, Banana / Goro, glad to have you back in the chat. It's been a while, huh? It's been a while, dude. But glad to have you back. Thank you for finally telling me that I would tell the whole story. Yeah, save that for the next stream, which won't be tomorrow, should be Sunday. See you around. Thanks for watching, everyone who's still here, including Goro / Banana. Stay ultra and peace out.